Testing, testing. Good evening, and welcome to the City Commission meeting. Mayor, may we proceed to the call to order?
Yes, please.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on November 4th at 5 p.m. in the Commission chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. We will proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas,
Present.
Commissioner Gustavo de Leon, Commissioner Narendra Galowski,
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, and Commissioner Brian Martinez.
Present.
We do have a quorum present. We will have the invocation that will be led by Alicia Justilian. And following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and to the state of Texas.
Good evening, Mayor Cowan, City Commission, and citizens of Brownsville. Please join us in this moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come into your presence tonight, thankful for this time together. We know and believe you are here as it is recorded in your word in Matthew 18:20. You say, "For where two or three gather in my name, there am I with them." So we ask for your guidance as this meeting takes place. Anoint your servants, who are our city officials, with your spirit of discernment. Establish your will for your purpose for our city. May your favor and peace rest upon all who are here and online. God our Father, bless all that will take place here tonight. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Next, we have the proclamations. The first item is recognizing Latinx Voces. And for the record, we do have Commissioner Macias present.
Come on up. Yes. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Latinx Voces. Whereas Latinx Voces, a nonprofit organization rooted in the Rio Grande Valley, has for more than 5 years amplified the voices of Latino communities through storytelling, education, and cultural engagement to advocate health equity and representation. And whereas Latinx Voces has developed the Luchar Health Initiative and other community-based programs that empower families, partners, and professionals to bridge gaps between culture and public health across the region, promoting education and awareness on key issues such as mental health, chronic disease prevention, health literacy, and emergency preparedness. And whereas Latinx Voces works alongside community health workers, local agencies, and partner organizations to strengthen family health preparedness and education through culturally tailored outreach and collaboration. And whereas during the Hispanic Heritage Month and throughout the year, Latinx Voces celebrates Latino heritage, art, and community leadership through events, including the Voces Health Summit and Cultural Festival, convening residents, partners, and health professionals to strengthen collaboration and wellness in Brownsville. And whereas the Voces Health Summit unites national, state, and local leaders in public health, research, and community engagement, fostering multi-sector partnerships that advance equity and well-being for Latino communities across the Rio Grande Valley and beyond. And whereas the accompanying cultural festival honors the city of Brownsville's vibrant heritage, celebrating art, music, and cultural traditions that reflect the spirit of our community and serves as a reminder that health and culture are deeply connected to our shared history and future. And whereas the City of Brownsville recognizes the importance of culturally responsive health education and applauds Latinx Voices for its continued commitment to promoting well-being, equity, and unity in our city and beyond. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize Latinx Voices and community health workers and partners for their outstanding service to the community and its leadership in advancing public health, education, and culture through the Voices Health Summit and Cultural Festival 2025 in the City of Brownsville, and extends appreciation of our professional Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services, and to all public health professionals and partners for their exemplary dedication to this community done on this, the 4th day of November, 2025.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. She first.
Oh, that's nice.
Get right over here. And 3, 1, 2, 3. One more.
Mhm.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Paulina Sosa Quintanilla, and it's just a true honor to be able to launch the inaugural Voices Health Summit and Cultural Festival here in Brownsville, Texas. As a Brownsville native, born and raised here in Brownsville, it's particularly special for me to bring this summit and festival here. And it's just such an honor that I've been able to work so closely with the health department and different departments in the city to make this happen. One thing I do want to say as well is just to also appreciate and showcase all of the strides in public health and in health promotion that have been done here in Brownsville and across the valley. And so we're excited to showcase that not only to other valley residents, but to our national partners and to other organizers that we work with. So a big thank you so much for the honor today. Thank you.
And this next proclamation will be tabled at a future a meeting and/or event. Moving on to the public comment period. Item number 1 under conduct A states a conversation between or amongst the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. That attendees should refrain from the conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in where the city commission conducts a meeting, including in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding to the placards, banners, and or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connections with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, Only the city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to the individual city commission members. Before you, we have, I'm pulling up the list. The first speaker we have, Mayor and the City Commission, is Yolanda Spees. I think.
Yeah, I believe we have a total of, we
So
have
bef-
more than the normal allowed, number of speakers, Mayor. To allow all the other speakers, I'm sorry, Ms. Spees, to allow all the other speakers to speak, we would have to, suspend the rules.
I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Let's start the time.
Back in
Yes, Yolanda
2012, the city commission and mayor unanimously voted to give the LGBT employees with the city of Brownsville equal rights so they are not discriminated against by fellow coworkers or anyone for that matter. That was done in 2012. Well, here we are in 2025 and the city commission and mayor refused to do anything about Pastor Burks, an alleged man of God, from coming in here and allowing him to discriminate against nearly the entire city of Brownsville by asking for a moment of silence for a bigot who was killed by his own kind. That was not only disrespectful to our Brownsville residents, it was disrespectful to all marginalized groups attacked by Kirk. And he sits here laughing at us because you defend his racism and bigotry in our city hall we paid for. It's clear that this commission is not only incompetent and negligent, it is selfish, spineless, and clearly refuses to defend Brownsville residents against an inferior person who doesn't believe in any of the lies he tells in his church. I am really hoping that people are hearing this and processing it, and that this is a dog whistle not to vote for any of you when the time comes. I'm hoping that when election time comes around, that people remember how you didn't have our backs when we were disrespected, and vote for each and every one of you to get out of here. You don't deserve the seats you're sitting in because you don't care about us, but you are collecting a check and laughing at us all the way to the bank, along with Pastor Burks. I am going to tell you this. Either do us a favor and resign, or get someone in here who actually cares about making this city fair for everyone living in it. We're paying taxes and we're paying you and other civil servants a salary to serve us. But I'm seeing a lot of laziness, selfishness, and disrespect, and I'm certain others are starting to see it too. I want your time to be up. I want Burke's time to be up. I want it, but I have to work at getting it. You sit there and look at us as if we're nothing, but you should be scared of us. We pay you and we expect you to work for us, not for Elon Musk and not for any of the cronies who come in here to these meetings, signing up for public comment and go well over the time limit and are allowed to do so because they have money. Well, sometimes the people you disregard because of how they are dressed and because of what they are flashing or not flashing around are the people who could give you the boost you need. So I want you all to think long and hard about what I'm saying. Why? Why are you here? Why are you defending a pastor who is clearly a racist and a bigot? Is the money enough to screw us and destroy our city, to make room for rich people who will soon be pointing their hate at you after you have fulfilled your purpose and you're no longer needed? Is that what it's going to take?
Time is up. The next one is Ms. Rosas.
Before we continue with public comment, I would like to make a statement
Yes.
on consent item number 12. So first, I would like to thank everyone that's here to sign up for public comment, to advocate for your community and for your passion. I would like to stress that Brownsville's commitment to equality, dignity, and human rights for all people is not changing. What's before the commission is not an attempt to silence or dismantle the progress of the LGBTQ+ task force, but rather an opportunity to build upon it. When the task force was first created back in 2019, when I was on the city commission, and so was Commissioner Kolonsky, it was established as a pilot program, a temporary structure designed to help us learn, listen, and evaluate how best to support the LGBTQ+ community. That pilot has now given us the insights and groundwork we need to take the next step, institutionalizing those efforts permanently through a human rights and non-discrimination board. This new board will broaden its scope to include all protected groups under federal and state civil rights law, including the LGBTQ community, people of color, individuals with disabilities, veterans, seniors, and others. The goal is to protect everyone in Brownsville while ensuring our structure aligns with federal standards like Title VI, Title VII, the ADA, and the Fair Housing Act, so that our city's work remains strong, sustainable, and legally sound. The LGBTQ+ community will absolutely continue to have a seat at the table, now within a larger permanent framework that guarantees every Brownsville resident's right to feel safe, respected, and heard. So I thank you for your comments today and for continuing to remind us why this work matters. Your voice and your involvement help ensure that Brownsville continues to lead with heart, empathy, and vision. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Rosas.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to speak here. I'm not the best or most representative member of the LGBTQ community. I'm an ally and a staunch ally that recognizes their contributions and their right to dignity and freedom, as we all are meant to stand for here in this commission. At this point in time, as LGBTQ,
Sir, can you say your name for the record? I'm sorry, we missed it.
I'm sorry,
Can you say
my
your name?
name is Dr. Etienne Rosas. I'm a citizen of Brownsville, Texas, and I'm also running for Congress' Texas 34th District. And I'm here to stand by my LGBTQ allies in their struggle, their continuous struggle for equality and for dignity in this society. And at the time at which we're at, in 2025, it is frankly an affront to this community to limit their place. When you say that they have a place at the table, that basically, when you say they have a seat at the table, it basically means that you are limiting the task force designed to represent them directly and simply gives them another placeholder at the rest of the table with all the other interests. But the truth is that they deserve a table of their own. And what this task force was meant to do was to provide that voice, to provide it directly, and to show that we as Brownsville community members stand by them and want to hear and respect much more of their struggle. At this point in time at which we're at, with the Trump administration clamping down on these communities, trying to silence and their voices, and trying to take away much of their culture and rip it out of the fabric of our society, it is the time to actually uphold and expand that task force, to bring it institutionally into its greater representation, and to show the constant show of solidarity and support that these members represent. These members have built our community alongside us, and right now they need our help and our solidarity more than ever. This affront to them, this attempt to bring them into the fold and to keep them as another placeholder, is a step backward for this community, and it's a step that we have been fighting against for the longest time. So I, as a member of this community and as an ally that recognizes their contributions to our society, stand by them and say, this is not the time to end this task force, but to expand it and to grant a greater autonomy and a greater voice within our representation and within our community. Thank you for your time.
Lilia Ortiz Villarreal.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lilia Ortiz, and I'm here as a parent of a transgender young man that some of you already know. And I'm here, I understand that this is a very difficult situation for the city. When my son and I, we started this road, the city was affirming and supportive, and I wanna believe that is in your heart to keep doing that and protecting the most disenfranchised and the people that most need you at this time. I want you to please think, how are you going to be protecting transgender people that this administration is trying to erase? We do have community here that are non-binary and transgender. And we have a huge, just statistically, we have 15% of the population that is LGBTQIA+. So that means in the city of Brownsville, that is 27,000 people that voted for some of you, right? And one of those people, at least they have another one or two people that love them. So if you think about it, this dissolution of the Brownsville Task Force, it's impacting about 60,000 people from this city where we live. I want also, I want to add you to think about how we're gonna move forward as a city, because the city and the task force, we work really hard to make Brownsville a beacon for investment, a beacon for tourism. And right, I don't know if you saw social media, the Human Rights Campaign is involved, and our equity index is gonna plummet. And what is the message that we're sending outside? The message prior was Brownsville is a place where everybody's safe and everybody's protected. And again, I understand that that is a difficult situation for most of you, but I wanna put it like simply, it's not an alien situation, it's something that impacts every single one of us here. You have 5 people in a room, one of them is part of the community. And 2 of them have somebody really close to them in their families that are part of the community. And I want you to leave you with that thought. Think of the people that you love, not the people that voted for you, but people that you love that are gonna be impacted and that now more than ever need your protection. Transgender people do exist. My son told me, well, I'm still here, Mom. I don't disappear by a federal decree. But I want him to know that it is his city and that his commissioner still's got his back. Because I want every single person in the LGBTQI community to feel supported and loved just like my son did. Because everybody's still here, you see, and they're not going anywhere, and they need more than ever your support. Thank you.
Uh, Sherry Lynn Dittman. Sherry Lynn Dittman. Lemon.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. M. Lemon. I'm a public health researcher and a resident of Brownsville, proud resident for the past 2.5 years. And I want to let you know that when I was taking my PhD and looking for an opportunity for work outside of a large metropolitan city, a really big important factor was knowing that it would be a safe place for me to move to as somebody who's a member of the LGBT community. And one of the things that really drew me into coming to Brownsville was that it's a very bicultural community. It's much smaller than where I came from. And I'm also Hispanic too, so I know that it's not easy to be gay in the Hispanic community. So I was really concerned about that. And it was hard to find examples when I looked to social media for whether or not this would be a safe place for me to come. And the first and deciding factor for me to see that was the LGBT task force. And I can 100% assure you, if I saw a human rights task force that couldn't dignify my name, I would not feel like this was a safe city for me. And I will continue to question that if that's the decision of this committee. Wearing my hat as a public health researcher who focuses on youth mental health and suicide prevention specifically, I can tell you that having an LGBT task force is not just symbolism,
We know from data from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey and other sources that suicide rates are high among Latino youth overall. That's the area of my research. We know that 1 in 5 youth in the United States who are Latino have seriously considered suicide in the past year. When we look at girls, that's 1 in 4 girls. But when we look at Latino youth, and this isn't focused on Hispanic youth because there are very few studies on that, it's 1 in 2 have seriously considered suicide in the past year. And what makes a difference? What can make health and life something that young LGBT people can pursue? It's having safe and supportive environments. And those are environments that can dignify us with a name. They can invite us to have our own table, as was mentioned earlier. Having a city that's more inclusive for LGBT communities yields wins for girls too. All of you can think of a child that you care about. And when you can extend that empathy to LGBT children, that empathy can also be extended to other children, to children who don't break the norm. When you decide to center the most marginalized community, everyone benefits. I'm pretty sure everyone here took an elevator to get to the 2nd floor because it was required. Elevators are required by law under ADA, and you all know that. The non-discrimination laws that you all passed helped us. Making inclusive policies for LGBT communities by naming us, by including us, will make a safer, more inclusive community for all. We'll all benefit.
Luna Cisneros. Luna Cisneros. Jesse Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Gonzalez. I am here today because I've continued to witness more injustice acts done by ICE since the last time I was here. The situation has only been pushed deeper under the covers as your ignorance and complacency keeps the public from knowing the true scale of this assault on the people of Brownsville. Many in this city continue to be prosecuted seemingly for just being poor brown people. I know you can't relate to that, Johnny, and you don't care. But I'm going to ask you, why have you turned your backs against the people of Brownsville? And mind you, the people you said you were going to represent and protect.
Comments are not to be made to a specific mayor or city commissioner. Please note.
Well, on Mayor Johnny Cohen's official website, www.johnnycohenformayor.com, right here. To whom much is required, much will be given.
Sir,
Luke
you-
12:48.
I'm sorry, you do need to keep the comments general, not individually to one individual.
This is very important to the community, so my comments will go through. Proverb 21:13, whoever closes their ears to the cries of the poor will also cry out and not be answered. John 3:17, if someone has material possession and sees a brother or sister in need but refuses to help, how can the love of God dwell in that person? Does the love of God dwell in our council, people? I don't think so. I don't see God in this house. So I ask you again, why have you all turned your backs against us? I'll give you a second chance. Nothing to say? Okay. I'm sure Sunday Mass will be glad to see all of your true Christian colors. But let me tell you, Christians don't like fake faith. As for the rest of you council members, you should all be ashamed of yourselves as well. You all remain silent in this court, and it has allowed injustice to happen to my people. None of you have spoken out against the systems of racism and hate. You're sycophants, you're sellouts, you're total pushovers when it comes to following the orders of all these crooked people behind you who pay you. You were all voted in. By who? Us, the people. I'm a member of District 1. Mr. Brian Martinez, you are the representative of that district. Did you know that in District 1, right here, El Toxico, rated by 6 ICE vehicles? Okay, well, can someone pass this to Mr. Brian Martinez, that all of you may see the injustice that you refuse to ignore? And can you all begin to pass out those papers to the people in the court so that they also see it? Okay. Good disruption.
So next speaker is Dionsus Kaufman. Next, Claudia Carranza. Claudia Carranza. Next, Jesse Miller. Laura Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Laura Hernandez. I'm a neonatal nurse practitioner from Brownsville, and I've worked here for 25 years. I'm speaking to you today to ask you to vote no on action item 12 to dissolve the Brownsville LGBTQ+ task force. The task force is paramount to creating support, advocacy, and community. They have provided so many resources to me as a parent of a transgender child. Like anyone else, I am an imperfect person raised with my own biases. But as a parent, my job is to love my children unconditionally and evolve. When my child came out to me at 11 years old and his transgender journey started, I was concerned about his safety and how the world around him would see him and accept him or not. But I was not truly afraid of his journey until his mental health was affected and he started to self-harm. Depression had reared its ugly head into his life and he was having suicidal thoughts. At 12 years old, he required a 7-day inpatient stay in a psychiatric facility and we could only speak to him for 5 minutes per day. It was a terrifying experience for our family, but with love, support, and community, we were able to get through that chapter. Upon release from inpatient care, I tried to look for any resources I could find to support for my son and our family. I found little to nothing until I found the LGBTQ+ task force in Brownsville. I was surprised and thrilled that our community had our own task force. I contacted them, told them I was looking for support for my child and my family, and they had someone contact me within a few hours with some of the most important people in my life now. They have been complete support and true community, not only for my child, but my entire family. What some politicians and people don't understand is that all communities need an LGBTQ+ task force. We all need a supportive organization for the queer community. Somewhere we feel safe knowing support, resources, advocacy, and community are available to us, especially when we feel alone and don't know where to begin for looking for the help we need and deserve. My son is now thriving as a 16-year-old, and I cannot say I did that alone. The LGBTQ+ task force saved my son, and its advocacy has supported our family through its impact and ripple effect. I challenge you to ask yourselves what kind of city officials you are. Do you abandon your commitments to marginalized children, adults, and your own constituents? Or do you show up and support your community and minorities? Replacing the task force with a human rights organization is not good enough. They need their own table. People show us who they are by their actions, and right now, Brownsville is watching you. Show us who you really are.
Marilee Gonzalez. Marilee Gonzalez. Valerie Cabanero. Marilee
Hi.
Gonzalez, you're online. You have 3 minutes to address your comments. Marilee Gonzalez, the request was sent for you to speak.
Yes, hello?
Yes, we hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Mireli, and I am a resident from Brownsville. I'm here to make a public statement about action item 12. the LGBTQ task force should not be dismantled. Its members are important representatives of the LGBTQ citizens of Brownsville that stand for the city's smart, creative, and amazing queer folk. There are many people, including myself, who have sat down and talked with queer Brownsville residents and understand how important it is for everyone to have proper representation in the government. It helps us as a community to dismantle the prejudice that queer folk and other oppressed minorities face every day. We have made significant progress towards equality, and it is unforgivable that Brownsville wants to take a step back. If the city officials want Brownsville to shine, they should realize the strength of queer people, as they should of other underrepresented people.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ms. Valerie Caballero. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Valeria Caballero. I'm a Brownsville resident, I'm queer, and I am strongly against Agenda Item 12, dissolving the LGBTQ plus task force. Ending this task force right now, in a political moment where queer and especially trans people are being openly demonized by the Trump administration, it's not just misguided, it's dangerous. Our city should be doubling down on decisions that include us and protect us. As a queer woman living in Brownsville, I already don't feel safe or accepted in some spaces. I've lived in small towns in Germany and in Massachusetts, and both had more visible and better supported queer communities than Brownsville. In Kiel, Germany, the nonprofit Hockey has counseling and trainings and is funded by the city and state with subsidies. In Salem, Massachusetts, the city formally supports the LGBTQ plus organizations and has even passed resolutions codifying that commitment. The City Council of Salem unanimously voted to protect trans people and non-binary people, and it is now a sanctuary city for trans people. Brownsville's considering removing the bare minimum, which is this task force that costs almost nothing from what I understand. The members of the task force are not paid. The commitment to our community should be codified into law. Like, what will Brownsville do to make Brownsville a trans sanctuary city as well? If the purpose of this task force is to improve awareness, advocacy, policy, inclusivity, and cultural competency, I don't think that work is done, and it would not be appropriate at this time to dissolve it. Thank you.
Viviana Trevino. Viviana Trevino.
Greetings. My name is Viviana Trevino. I'm an educator in Brownsville. When I first moved to Brownsville as a freshman at UTB-TSC in 2008, I attended my first LGBTQ event at the university. And here, for the first time ever, I felt at home and safe enough to be out and myself. Since then, I've seen the city of Brownsville increase advocacy for our marginalized community little by little as our community organized. In 2019, the LGBTQ task force was initiated and has been a light in the darkness that our community has experienced over the decades. Prior to even my arrival on this planet, much less as a queer adult, our community was subjected to so many more acts of violence and abuse. This organization has served as a beacon of light, a safe space for a rainbow family to find community. If you wonder whether or not this is even necessary, I'm here to tell you that it is. Had this community been available when I was a 17-year-old queer kid, not accepted by my family, I and many others would not have attempted suicide. And I assure you that many others would not have succeeded. This organization asks nothing of you. They are unpaid volunteers who make their wonderful community-based events possible. Their events bring richness and diversity to our area, and more importantly, they bring us together. And this also attracts many others from outside of Brownsville. contributing to our local economy. The welcoming of the richness and diversity of our community is exactly the reason that I chose to purchase a home here in Brownsville, in the city of Brownsville, not Edinburgh, not McAllen, where it's actually growing a little bit faster. But I chose to live in the city of Brownsville because this city has made efforts to make our community feel safe. The fact that this is even up for a debate at a time like this is entirely insensitive and lacking compassion at best. I implore you to consider the potential lives of those who feel alone and unsupported. A little community goes a long way. I am grateful that I am still alive to contribute to my community as a scientist, as an educator, as a gardener, as an activist, and to have the opportunity to fight for the safety of those who come next. This would not be possible without the support and community that I have experienced. Your actions today will directly impact whether or not our community continues to be seen and to feel safe. I hope, for the sake of the scared kids and the adults who feel themselves just like scared little kids that just want to be safe and to feel loved, that you make the right choice. Thank you.
Hector Ruiz. Hector Ruiz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. My name is Hector Ruiz, pronounced Himel. I always say that I'm proudly from Brownsville, born and raised. I think I've met a handful of y'all on several occasions. Today, I come as serving as my role as president of the South Texas Equality Project, also known as STEP. We are an LGBTQ nonprofit based here in the Rio Grande Valley. In simple, we advocate, educate, build community, and we support any way that we can. This past weekend, we just hosted our RGV Pride in Harlingen, and we had an amazing attendance. And I'll share with y'all that the theme of this event was trans visibility and trans empowerment, recognizing that this is the community that is being attacked right now, not just by many, but also physically too. I also want to share just some numbers. By day, I say that I'm a boring accountant, so my language is numbers. So I'd love to share with y'all some of the numbers from the Human Rights Campaign, the 2023 and 2024 Municipal Equality Index scorecards. As y'all, I'm sure you're all aware, this number increased from 2023 to 2024. And in large part, that was because of the Fair Practice Ordinance. So thank y'all, because I know a lot of y'all had a lot to do with that. But also, I want to share some disappointing numbers too, that I'm not proud to share, but I feel a need to. In regards to the city of Brownsville as an employer, it has a 0 score for inclusive workspace, a 0 score for transgender inclusive healthcare benefits, a 0 score for Human Rights Commission, a zero score for non-discrimination ordinance, 0 score for LGBTQ liaison task force in the police department, and then several others that if the LGBTQ task force is dissolved, this would actually reduce the numbers that I think so many have worked so tirelessly to gain, to make Brownsville a more welcoming place for all. Some of the other scores too that I'm not proud to share either, but 0 for youth bullying prevention policy, 0 for city provides services to LGBTQ people experiencing homelessness, to LGBTQ older adults, people living with HIV or AIDS, provide services to the transgender community, provide services to LGBT youth, and so many more. I can keep going, unfortunately. But I do want to say, you know, the LGBT task force plays a super important role within our community, and for what they do, we proudly partner with them in so many different occasions, and we've seen the impact that they've had. How do we know this? Is because we work directly with community, with our support groups. Over the past 5 years, we've worked with 500 different individuals who attended our support groups, and we have to hear about the discrimination and stigma and things that they have to deal with on a daily basis just for being who they are. So it is with a really heavy heart that I really ask y'all to please hear what the community is saying, because this is our lived experience. It's not something that we can turn off. It's not something that just goes away. This is something that we live and breathe day in, day out.
Ophelia Alonso. Ophelia Alonso.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Ofelia Alonso. I'm here to ask you to oppose the proposal on Agenda Item 12 to dissolve the LGBTQ Task Force. I currently serve as a director for a program called Texas Rising that organizes around civic engagement and LGBTQ equality. I'm really proud of the work our Brownsville chapter has done to create LGBTQ safe spaces on campus, such as the Queer Space Alliance. These spaces have been desperately needed since the federal administration dismantled DEI initiatives on campus. Across all ages, our LGBTQ community is needing spaces like the LGBTQ Task Force in order to continue advancing our equal rights and to continue making community spaces for us. This task force has made Brownsville a better city and has paved the way in the Rio Grande Valley for protecting our LGBTQ community. I have been incredibly proud to say that this is my hometown and that we have codified a non-discrimination ordinance. It has also allowed my family members, my community, and myself to hope for a life here that will come with equality and protection from hatred and bigotry by employers. There is still a long way to go, though, and I believe we need a permanent structure for us to continue advancing these protections in the city of Brownsville, especially under the looming threat of a state and federal government committed to the oppression of our community members. The context given by y'all, the mayor and the commissioners regarding the new structure, I believe should have been communicated earlier. Our community members were only notified of the task force being dissolved without an alternative plan. Right now, more than ever, I believe it is the city's role to find ways to protect and stand up for us, and this move felt like hostility towards our community. I'm hopeful that this is an opportunity for the commissioners to build relationships with LGBTQ community leaders and organizations so that we are able to work together towards a city effort that continues to make Brownsville a welcoming and accepting city. Thank you.
Ariana Garza. Ariana Garza.
Good evening. My name is Ariana Garza. I have never done this before, but I've also never felt so compelled to speak before. I stand here not only as a proud member of the LGBTQ+I community, but as a proud mother of 2 queer children. To give you some context, recently my youngest, who is in 5th grade, confided in a school-assigned state counselor about their gender identity. The counselor responded by saying that they would get bullied and beaten up in the restroom because we live in Brownsville. That kind of response, the idea that violence is just part of what it means to be queer in the Valley, is exactly why we need organizations like the LGBTQI+ task force. Because in our city, the mere existence of this task force has made that violence feel less inevitable. It has made us believe that Brownsville can be a place where we don't have to live in fear. But this proposed dismantling, even if you want to call it something else, tells us otherwise. As a mother, it breaks my heart to think about the erasure that this decision represents. Because it's not just about losing a resource, it's about denying my existence, my rights, and my children's rights. We are at a moment where across the country, LGBTQI protections are being rolled back. Anti-trans legislation is being signed in dozens of states, and local governments are dismantling offices that are meant to safeguard equity and inclusion. If our city chooses to dismantle its task force, it becomes part of that dangerous trend. And it sends a message that our safety and well-being are negotiable, and that we are invisible, and that our children are not worth protecting. I want to remind the city officials here tonight that we exist, that we are your neighbors, your siblings, your parents, your sons, your daughters, your elders, and that the task force's work has never been just symbolic. It has informed non-discrimination ordinances and public health initiatives that make this city safer for everyone. And that to dismantle this task force is to turn your back on your community and on your loved ones. It is a disregard for the humanity and dignity of LGBTQI+ people, and it is a failure to protect your children from the very real dangers they face every day. I would not want to sit in your seats knowing I had turned my back on those who needed protection the most, especially to appease an agenda that is rooted in fear and hate. I urge the City Council to stand with us instead, and not only to recognize our existence, but to affirm our worth. Thank you.
Souther Rosario. Souther Rosario.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Souther Recio. I am a fourth-generation Brownsville citizen, one of your constituents, and I am queer. I'm here today to express my opposition to the dismantling of the LGBTQIA+ task force. Growing up, I always knew I was different, but I lacked the knowledge and language to express myself. I didn't know anyone else like me. It was lonely. I left like many people do when I turned 18, and while I was gone, I had the chance to figure out who I am. Circumstance and family brought me home, and I was bracing myself to be met with the same closed-mindedness I left over a decade ago. But when I got back home, I attended an event hosted by the LGBTQIA+ task force, where they raised the pride flag at the former visitor center, and I was struck with emotion. I never thought I would see the pride flag flowing in the wind in my hometown. In the 3 years since I've been home, I've opened a small business that caters to the LGBTQIA+ community, offering a safe space, modeled after what I wish I had when I was younger. I see every single day examples of how representation and visibility are quite literally life-saving, especially now, in the wake of the homophobic and transphobic rhetoric that is spreading across our country like wildfire. On more than one occasion, someone has walked into my space and almost immediately burst into tears, overwhelmed at a sense of belonging, a feeling they may have never felt. Dismantling this task force sends a clear message of your values and priorities to the people you serve. And maybe you've forgotten, so let me remind you that within your community, you have this rich, vast, diverse group of people who deserve to be seen and heard and advocated for and represented as the unique individuals they are, not lumped in with all marginalized communities. Dismantling this task force is nothing short of an act of violence. When people see themselves represented and reflected back at them in their communities, they feel a sense of belonging and safety, just like I felt when I saw that pride flag waving in the wind. And that feeling can make all the difference in the world. It's a promise of a future that includes us. Thank you.
Victoria Guerrero. Victoria Guerrero. If you're attending virtually, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name is Victoria Guerrero. I am a queer Brownsvillian. I was born and raised in the city. My parents have lived in the city their whole lives, so we have very strong roots in Brownsville. And I'm here to ask y'all to vote no on dismantling the LGBTQIA task force. Even just through hearing the testimonies that folks have been giving you all today, I'm quite literally moved to tears, but it shows the true human impact that this LGBTQIA task force has had on our community members and what will happen if it is dismantled. I remember when Brownsville had its first ever Pride, which was only made possible by the folks leading the LGBTQIA task force. And it was an incredible moment to know that something that I had seen in like larger metropolitan areas was something that I could experience in my own city. And being in that space, being around my fellow queer folks in our city was beautiful. And I know that our city has been a city that's been very vocal about our advancement. And I've seen a lot of beautiful advancements, whether it's through small business support and things like that. But I also know that there's gaps to be filled when it comes to that advancement, because it doesn't matter how far our city is going if it's not including everybody in our city. And the LGBTQIA task force was a space and is a space where we are ensuring that our most marginalized in our community are seen, are heard. It was a huge deal for our city to have this big first, to have an LGBTQA task force, and also to pass the LGBTQA non-discrimination ordinance. These are things that other cities in our states weren't necessarily doing. Like, we were spearheading that movement. And it would be a shame if we walk back what we worked so hard on. The LGBTQA task force was created by community members for community members. And to see how it's blossomed into what it is now, to see what it means to folks, I feel like that's reason enough to vote no on dismantling the task force. It's not just a bureaucratic decision. It's not just about consolidating city resources and pushing them towards this other idea that you all have. It's about showing up for our community members and listening to them when they say this is something that we need.
Diego Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Diego Gomez, and I'm a Brownsville resident who lives in District 3. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to vote no on the dissolution of the LGBTQIA+ task force. As a Brownsville resident, I'm proud to say my city listens and uplifts the voices of the LGBTQIA+ community. However, I feel the dissolution of this task force will be detrimental to our city. Without this task force, an avenue to connect and empower the LGBTQIA+ community into our city is lost. So I urge you to stand with our LGBTQ family and vote no to work towards a more inclusive city. Thank you.
Jesús Quintanilla. Jesús Quintanilla. You're attending virtual. You have 3 minutes. You should be receiving the link to accept to speak.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, Commissioner,
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
yes, to the city of Brownsville. I wanted to urge you to vote no. I'm a counselor in the RGV, and I'm kind of baffled that Brownsville is the only city in the valley to have this task force, to my knowledge. And it would be a huge disservice to the population of the LGBTQIA+ community, queer people, non-binary people, gay people, every person from every walk of life. As a counselor, I've worked in schools, private practices, volunteered in hospitals, and wherever I go, there's no doubt about it that I would be encompassing a queer-friendly approach, because no matter how many times you try to ignore our needs, there will always be children, teenagers, adults, elderly that need queer affirming care, which means counseling, which means healthcare. And a part of that also involves the task force. Quite frankly, like I said, I'm appalled and surprised that this is even up for debate. And also the fact that Brownsville is the only city, to my knowledge, that has a task force. So to get rid of it would be a huge disservice. And, you know, as a counselor, I've seen so many issues of individuals in the community having self-harm, suicidal ideation, and it's been a really triggering topic, specifically because I'm queer myself. And it feels like no matter how many people in the working class, like me, like everyone else in the room, trying to uplift queer voices and provide that counseling and provide that support outside of work, in work, it just feels like a disservice for at the potential rupture of the task force. It would show people in our community that we are small, we can be ignored, and to put it quite simply, the city of Brownsville claiming that they would still have the human rights campaign and include us there, that's not enough. We're not an afterthought. We're not something to be ignored. We should not be put in the back burner. We're important just like anybody else. And I don't know what else to tell you, but just to hear what I'm saying, hear what everyone else is saying, that we're not going anywhere. You cannot force us to be put in a pedestal or be put in the back. We deserve to be included just like anyone else. We need our own task force. We need our own team to focus on LGBTQIA issues by themselves, because to put everyone in a general bubble would be a disservice, especially to those teenagers and kids that I've seen and adults that have those severe mental health issues that need to be addressed. And so I urge you, City of Brownsville, reconsider. Don't listen to the people in Texas telling you to remove crosswalks. We see where this is going and we're not happy with it. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Hunter Laus. Hunter Losi.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Hunter Losi. I am a resident and a voter. I am a constituent of District 3 in Brownsville, Texas. And I've always called Brownsville home, but that's not necessarily true. I grew up in Los Fresnos, but I went to school in Brownsville because I was picked on so badly in Los Fresnos that I was no longer safe and had to move schools. And I finished schools in Brownsville. And when I left after high school, I swore I'd never be back. I didn't ever, I went to Austin, to UT, and never looked twice back, and I never thought I'd move back. Then as it happened, about 2.5 years ago, I started looking back to moving into town, and so I paid a visit. And the first thing I did was I went to the farmer's market, and the first people I interacted with was the LGBTQ task force. And I was so impressed because this town that I had sworn off and I just thought was ignorant and not ready for anything new or bright or interesting, had finally embraced the people that were there. And I was so proud. And we had a rainbow sidewalk, and we had a pride flag flying at City Hall. And so I knew that if I moved back down here, okay, great. There's strides that have been made. And but now those things are looking like they're not coming back, or they're not going to be here for much longer. And I understand why. I understand that we are under a lot of pressure from the state and federal administrations to change our language, but this is a slippery slope. When we, if we comply to this, will we be able to meet the next compliance? And it will start with us because we're the smallest group. But what happens when they come after Charo Days? Because that's a cultural celebration that isn't a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant event. It will trickle down into more and more things. And so I say to you that I know these are tough decisions, and I know that we have to come together as a community to solve them, but it's not going to stop with just us. It's going to stop at a much later date with a much bigger group of people. And I just really, when I grew up, there was no role models. There was no one really visible in the community. The media showed me pictures of stories of men dying of AIDS, or people that had survived AIDS and lost all their friends and family. There was no representation on TV. And now I look around and I see representation in the community. I see elected officials. I see people doing great things in nonprofits, and the visibility really matters. And to take away the name of something it's not necessarily the best solution, but I trust that you guys have our best interests in mind. And I thank you for taking your time to listen to me and everyone else here. Thank you so much.
Christopher Basudu. Christopher Basudu.
Eteaple Menoazul Lolopelech. I am Dr. Christopher Basaldu. I'm a member of the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe of Texas, the original people of the land that Brownsville is occupying and has invaded. And I'm also a co-founder of the South Texas Environmental Justice Network. I ask this council to vote no on action item 12 It is a premature thing to think that you can dissolve an LGBTQIA task force. I am one of the suicidal kids that survived growing up in Brownsville, bullied every day by my church and by my school. So I know what bullying looks like. And right now it looks like you. We do not trust you when you say that you have this grand plan to protect human rights. I've been watching this city council for decades not care about human rights, including LGBTQ rights, including the rights of migrant human beings, including the rights of Native and Indigenous people, including the rights of the disabled. The other reason why I don't trust you is because you came out with your public relations statement, your propaganda, that you're going to do a human rights task force that's going to include everybody. You told us that tonight now, when we found out that it's on the agenda to take away this task force. That doesn't look like reality. That looks like triage. That looks like spin. What that really looks like to the rest of us is damage control. You have already lost our trust. So now you need to work hard to get it back. You need to work even harder than you ever have. Vote no against dissolving this task force. Do better. You have to be better. Our communities are under attack by ICE. Our communities are under attack by Greg Abbott. Our communities are under attack by the fascist federal government of the United States. We are under attack by Trump and his minions. We are under attack by the wall. We are under attack by the anti-queer, anti-trans, billionaire Nazi Elon Musk. What are you doing to protect our lands and our communities and our people? What are you doing to protect the history of Native people here? You are doing nothing. I do not trust you. So we demand that you vote no on action item 12. And no, we don't believe that you have a plan to protect human rights and put LGBTQ under that statement. You telling us that plan tonight proves to us that you're either lying or incompetent. Thank you.
Veronica Vasquez. Veronica Vasquez. Veronica Vasquez. Vasquez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Veronica Vasquez, and I live in District 4. My wife and I are co-founders of JZD, a Latina-owned lifestyle brand based right here in Brownsville. Our business was born from a deep love for our culture and community and a deep belief that representation matters. I'm here today to oppose the dismantling of the LGBTQIA+ task force because this group plays a vital role in making Brownsville a safer, more inclusive city for all of its residents. The task force gives LGBTQIA+ individuals, especially youth, a place where their voices are heard and where they can see that our city values them. To dismantle it now would send a painful message that inclusion is not a priority, that our stories and our struggles are not worth listening to. But Brownsville deserves better. We are a city rooted in love, culture, and resilience, and that means making space for everyone, including our LGBTQIA+ neighbors, business owners, and families. As a queer woman, I know how important visibility and community support is. My parents have chosen not to be a part of my life because I'm gay. A reality that has been painful, but one that's taught me the importance of acceptance and community. The rejection was one of the hardest experiences of my life, but this community and the sense of safety I have found here in Brownsville have helped me heal and live fully as myself. Through our business, JZD, my wife and I have worked to build that same sense of belonging for others. A reminder that our existence and our love are not only valid, but powerful. We also know firsthand what discrimination feels like. Back in 2023, our products were pulled from Target shelves simply because they celebrated queer joy and Latina pride. It was a painful reminder that even today, being visible and proud can still be seen as a risk. But we refuse to be silenced because representation saves lives and visibility creates change. When this happened, the LGBTQIA+ task force and State Representative Arif Gamis were the only city officials to reach out in support of us when what felt like the world was against us. That's exactly why the LGBTQIA+ task force matters. It's not symbolic, it's life affirming. It tells every queer person in Brownsville that they belong here too. The city of Brownsville can't have it both ways. City of Brownsville can't choose to bring in investors into our shop and show off our accomplishments as native Brownsvillians, but also want to disband who we are as humans. I thank you for your time.
Dr. Dolly Severe. Dr. Dolly Severe.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolly Severe. I'm a pediatrician here in Brownsville. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I appreciate everyone's testimony and bravery in sharing their stories. I'm speaking here today to ask you to vote no to dismantle the LGBTQ+ task force. I do not have a personal story to share. I am not a part of the LGBTQ community. I speak here with the privilege of being a straight woman. And if all of you on the commission also like me are lucky to conform to gender norms, consider this privileged position from which you are making this decision. You and I are privileged to not be part of the most marginalized group by many metrics. You and I are lucky to not, by no choice of our own, be 4 times more likely to suffer violent crimes. You and I are lucky to not, by no choice of our own, be 4 times more likely to be a victim of hate crimes. You and I are lucky to not, by no choice of our own, be much more likely to suffer sexual assault, rape. You and I are lucky, by no choice of our own, to be much more likely to suffer bullying, discrimination in school and the workplace. And most importantly, you and I are lucky to not, by no choice of our own, be more likely to be shunned by our family. You can see where people who suffer these inequities need the community that they find and need a group that's called the LGBTQ+ task force in the city government to really feel like they have a place of belonging. I know that there are nonprofits that do this and other groups that do this, but unless it's coming from the center of where they live and where they work, they can really start to begin to feel safe despite all the inequities that they continue to see. I understand that this decision is difficult. I understand that it may be being made for financial reasons, but all we're sharing is the price needed for us to lay down our virtues. I know many of you, and I like you very much. And as you make this decision, I would have you ask yourself, why are you here? What is your mission in running for city commissioner and mayor? And why did you choose to take this hard job in the first place, right? I know that you all have virtues, and I know that you believe and are good people to make good decisions for this city. And I would bring those things to mind as you make this decision. Thank you for your time.
Jose Colin Uvales.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, commissioners, mayor. We meet again. I'm going to read off the email I sent to everyone actually earlier today, and I want to thank everybody who has spoken today and shared a personal story about why this work matters to them. My name is Joe Colon Valles. I am a resident of Brownsville in District 4, a nonprofit professional and a local organizer that has been helping to support and uplift the LGBT community of Brownsville and the Rio Grande Valley at large since pretty much 2015 to today. I've also had the privilege of serving as one of the first co-chairs for the LGBTQ+ task force. Before you this evening is an action item meant to dismantle the task force itself. This group has worked hard to help educate and lead a community effort with the full support of our municipal government that has not been replicated in any other city in the Rio Grande Valley since. Brownsville has led the way in creating a seat at the table for queer and trans people and residents in a border community that oftentimes writes us off as machista and homophobic. Voting in favor of dismantling the task force will set back years of hard work and community initiative to help Brownsville rise above and be set itself apart as a welcoming community for all kinds of people, lived realities and backgrounds. Diversity helps make our community stronger, and the task force is the city's commitment to help bridge the gap created by prejudice, bias, and homophobia that is so prevalent in our communities. Your vote against action item 12 is more than just protecting the interests of a few, but sends a strong message that you stand behind your constituents and all residents of this beautiful city we all call home. People, as well as many businesses, have profited financially from the growth and the work led by LGBT Task Force and its members, from the Brownsville Wellness Coalition hosting Pride at the Farmers Market, to when I first started doing Pride Brunch, having one, to this year having like 6 different Pride Brunches happening at different venues around the city of Brownsville, the Lucky Barrel, Broken Sprocket, Double Trouble, Kraken, raising the Pride flag every year, Sunday Loterias at Barbie here in downtown Brownsville, to naming a few, to all the extensive hosting and collaboration with other nonprofit organizations, community partners that all have the well-being of the city of Brownsville at its heart. The task force has raised the bar for what it means to be and build community with intention and pride, regardless of who you are, how you express yourself, and who you love. The task force helps many people, and I know I have 20 seconds left, but I will say this, the work is not even done. Kimberly Avila is still missing. The police department has still continued to fail to respond to the Avila family in the proper manner. The work of the task force is not done. It is short-sighted to dismantle the task force now when you could come back to the table, either table the action item or actually expand the task force to be a permanent board on the city and TPD on the Human Rights Commission, because as it has been said earlier by other folks, this commission has failed to
Sir, your
protect human
time is up.
rights, specifically those of the people living close to SpaceX, and the damages being inflicted by a billionaire who is destroying
The
our
next
community.
speaker we have is Vicente Martinez Jr.
Same thing as Joe. We see each other again. I didn't prepare much, but I'm going to do my 2019 of testimony. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Vicente Martinez. I'm the my pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm a proud queer man. I'm also the co-founder of the RGB Queer Run Club. 2 years ago, I couldn't say that out loud, which now makes 7 years. Lo que se ve no se pregunta is something a friend would say. Even though I was not out, I would hear relentless homophobic jokes, slurs, and bullying because of the way I was and how I was. And I know some commissioners here are out and proud, others are not out or proud, clearly. Bullying because of the way I was and who I was. Throughout my life, I would see how people were treated for being part of the LGBT community. And I was terrified. I tried to dim my light and try to make other people comfortable. And in 2019, I was hopeful, and today I'm fucking terrified. So I created this story in my head that I was just a face, gonna show everything about how I carry myself. I try not to be seen or not heard. I try to make myself think people, I would make myself, for people to think I was not gay. 2 months ago, 2 months and almost 5 years ago, I ran into a friend of mine from middle school. He told me, "You seem different. You seem outgoing and happy." I didn't give much thought, but then I remembered how it was, how scared I was to be me and not to be loved. I was ashamed. I'm going to share a brief story that happened to me a while ago, but I'm going to skip that story. Someone told me that they love gay people, that their best friends are gay people, but they don't see them like they deserve the same rights as straight people. Last week, they said that Texas judges can discriminate against marriage, between gay marriage, between a man and a woman, between a man and a man and a woman and a woman, a queer marriage. This is happening. Sidewalks are being dismantled across the state, and you're not doing any different by dismantling this task force. I'm a 6'1" guy who's over 300 pounds at the time. Now I'm 160, and I felt powerless. I felt sick to my stomach. I hadn't felt like this in years. It's legal in the state of Texas and other various states to fire someone for being part of the LGBT community. Conversion therapy is still legal in 18 states. Probably has changed. Before I graduated, I was scared. I was scared to be myself, to be out and proud, to be fired for who I am. I have no control for who I love. I'm extremely lucky to work in an organization still that allows me to be myself and embrace myself without living in fear and being fired. I don't want anyone to feel that way, and you're doing that by dismantling this task force. I know many of you ran an anti-LGBT campaigns, and I'm really ashamed that many of you continue to push rhetoric that is harmful and that would increase suicides of LGBTs. It's a shame if y'all vote to dismantle the LGBT task force, and I hope you really look at yourself at night and think what damage you've done to our community. Thank you.
Estea Torres.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Estrella Torres. I am born and raised and a queer Bronzeville resident. I really came here because after hearing, the justification for the Human Rights Board, I really think it's disrespectful to lump every marginalized group together into one. Everyone faces their own issues and challenges, and they each deserve to have their voice amplified, not minimized. And so with the relentless attacks being done by the current federal administration and the ongoing support of our governor to implement and even add onto the harmful erasure of the LGBTQIA+ community, the need for local leaders to step up and protect their communities is needed now more than ever. In order for this city to feel like it is welcoming of all and open to everyone, we must protect the residents who are at risk of discrimination and violence acts simply because due to their identities. These residents are friends, family members, neighbors who deserve to live in a city where they do not feel excluded or lack representation. You simply cannot stand by and watch because you are all in a position of power to fully include and protect LGBTQIA people and their families. Taking a step back is a disrespectful move towards all the advocacy work that many people in this room have put in order to create a better Bronzeville for all. I urge the mayor and commissioners to not get rid of the task force and even start taking further steps to implement more protections that other cities have already issued, such as bans on conversion therapy and trans-affirming care from municipal employees. Please know that your statements and words of love and solidarity are empty and they mean nothing unless actual change follows it. Thank you.
Taylor Snowden. Taylor Snowden. And I believe the last one is a duplicate, Dolly Severe. Twice, yes. Okay, just want to make sure. So that concludes for the ones that that requested to speak. However, there was several that opted not to speak. So what we'll do is ensure that they are on the record, on the minutes. Okay, that concludes the public comment portion. We would proceed into the presentation. Item 1 is the Downtown Renaissance Master Plan update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nice to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. Alan Garces, Downtown Manager. Oops, I'm so sorry. Hope you're doing well, Commissioners, Mayor. Nice to see you guys. You still can't hear me? I'm sorry. Do I need to hold it up here? Thank you. Alan Garces, Downtown Manager for the City of Brownsville, here accompanied by Ms. Kayla Nadmeyer with Friesen Nichols, who's a project manager for our consultants, as well as Lahari. She's going to be helping us out through this presentation as well. So Daniel should be joining us shortly, Planning and Redevelopment Director. So this right here is the study area for our actual downtown Renaissance master plan that we're looking at. We're looking at all areas of downtown, specifically from the highway coming down to Mexico Boulevard, as well as between International and Central. We actually included different areas in town to kind of, you guys can locate where you guys are located in the map itself, with the zoo, the midi cultural district area, as well as City Hall, so just to kind of get your bearings straight. So we want to let the commission know, as well as the public, what's been going on in downtown as far as the feedback that we're getting from our stakeholders, from our community. So we wanted to share that with you all today. So overall, staff has gone together along with Friesen Nichols in downtown, getting together with the community and our stakeholders as far as reaching out to them, getting their feedback, whether it be at the actual kickoff meeting that we had on August, or we're going to First Friday and reaching out to different members of our community downtown, or even trying to reach different audiences like at our zoo, right? Boo at the Zoo. We also have spoken to the Youth Advisory Board Council, right? So we're trying to get different audience from different places, including Beer Fest. We've also gone to the farmers market, so you get some of the healthy people there, trying to get different types of feedback from different types of community members. So overall, we've had 6 stakeholder meetings, right? Whether it's our business owners, our property owners, our nonprofits, we've had different feedback from different stakeholders. And as a matter of fact, we're going to have some more meetings coming up this week with them. So we also, overall, we've had 870 contributions to our survey. So that's pretty good so far. We're looking to amp that up as we continue our feedback process and our discussions with our stakeholders in downtown. But overall, I mean, the picture will tell you that we've been very involved with our downtown community and getting their feedback, whether it's through the online survey itself or getting some written hand notes. You can see that picture there. That's actually taken at our First Friday, where we're getting feedback from the community and they're writing down what they want to see downtown. So this is the overall engagement review, and I'll let Caitlin kind of speak on that, and then we'll kind of just go back and forth. But pretty much the kickoff there in August kind of just shows the momentum that we've been getting, and basically all the different types of upticks that we're getting is based on whether they're releases, press releases by the city, or workshops that we had, or First Fridays, or other table-ins that we had, like at UTRGV or meeting with TSC, different types of table-ins that we've gone to. We're basically, instead of having your typical town hall meeting where people come to us, we're going and reaching out to the public where there's already things happening. We're going to them, right? So just examples of that, like I mentioned, our table-in events at UTRGV, First Friday, the zoo, et cetera. You want to go over this?
All right. Hello, Commission. Thanks for having us back this week. We're very excited to be here through Saturday morning. So we're going to be here for the next few days in your city, continuing to talk about downtown. So this SWOT analysis is just looking at what we heard from the community. So in terms of strengths and opportunities, so people are really looking at the food, restaurant, and cultural scene, as a strength in downtown. A lot of people are very positive about the changes they've been seeing, and we've heard a lot of just keep doing what you're doing, do more of what's already been going on. Of course, the history and the bicultural heritage of downtown is very important to a lot of people. The loyal kind of long-term community base, so people have been coming to downtown for generations. They've been coming here since they were kids. Now they're bringing their grandkids. And the walkability potential of the compact street grid. It's not necessarily the walkability today, but the potential that it could have just with how your infrastructure is already set up. Not everyone has that kind of bones that's really great to create that walkable potential. But some of the opportunities for improvements include reuse of vacant buildings, especially upper stories, additional events, especially around arts and festivals, just that community building festivities that people think are really important. Placemaking around murals and art, so getting some additional housing. You have some really good housing projects coming online, but getting more people living in downtown, and the potential for mixed use development as well, which has the housing above retail, and the leveraging of tourism and that binational identity. So those are the things we've been hearing, kind of the big overall things we've heard from the community. And so then moving into weaknesses and threats. So cleanliness, safety and lighting, lack of shade seating, and just kind of those general public amenities. Again, you see that idea of the vacant storefronts coming up and the attractiveness or the kind of vibe that that puts out for the downtown area. Some of the complexity around permitting that may discourage investment and traffic congestion, especially with a lot of the construction going on right now, people are really feeling that. And some of just kind of the bigger threats, parking pressures and congestion, the risk of gentrification and displacement is really important. We heard a lot about that in our stakeholder meetings last time we were here. Property owners who don't live in town, high rents that are potentially displacing people like our nonprofits that currently are located in downtown, and then safety and cleanliness and just the perception and deterrence of visitors and investors. The good news is that a lot of these weaknesses and threats are, some of them are harder things to fix, like gentrification and displacement, but some of them are relatively easy fixes, like cleaning up, adding more lighting, adding more benches, things like that. So some of the key insights that we have seen throughout this first kind of few months of work since we kicked off in August around the mobility networks, there's relatively fragmented networks throughout downtown. There's a lot of unsafe crossings. We've heard a lot about the inconvenience of parking. Heard a lot, every single stakeholder meeting that we had brought up a trolley that used to be here. And so there's a lot of interest. So unprompted, every single one brought up a trolley. So we're looking at that and increasing ADA access throughout the area. There's a high demand for housing, but there is a barrier of the costs that are preventing some of those projects from maybe coming online, along with just those permitting barriers that we talked about, and just the affordability and displacement concerns. As downtown revitalizes, how do we make sure we're not losing the people and the businesses that make downtown what it is today and what we love about it? The public realm, these are those amenities that we were talking about. So the shade, the seating, the lighting, and the cleanliness, especially Washington Park and Market Square as those really great kind of jewels in the downtown, but making those better utilized, making them more open, having more events at those. The economy of downtown around retail and dining options, expanding those. The need for incentives to fill storefronts and diversify businesses. Really making sure we're focusing on keeping that identity that Brownsville already has in downtown around the heritage and through branding and signage and gateways and expanding arts and culture venues. And then again, that safety piece that comes back to some of that idea around the lighting, the cleanliness, making sure we're not limiting nighttime activity just because it doesn't feel safe.
And Danny, did you want to come in? Okay, so one of the things that I want to quickly mention before I pass it back to Kaylin is one of the things that I personally been hearing a lot when I talk to some of the downtown property owners and business owners and stakeholders in general, that area that we looked at earlier, was the overall general framework for downtown. And what does that mean? What am I talking about? We're kind of looking at the physical environment, right? How are we going to redevelop downtown, whether it's through mixed use, redevelopment. Some of the things that we're hearing a lot is we got to promote our mixed use. It might be a little bit tough downtown, like as Ms. Helen mentioned before, you just never know what you're going to find when you open up a wall downtown, right? So it's just one of those situations where it's a little bit more costly maybe than some areas of town just because of the historic nature of the building, right? We got to keep our historic district, our historic fabric, intact in downtown. So kind of being mindful, right, of our historic fabric and still being able to, add more development, being conscious of the historic aspect, but still wanting to develop downtown, right? What does our physical environment look like? So those are things that we're tackling over our general framework. So specifically, one of the things that we talked about, right, in physical environment is the trees and the need for shade. Right, we're looking at areas in downtown where trees are feasible, but we're also looking at other options like colonnades and awnings, right? Possibly upgrading those options in our downtown and possibly even considering, right, looking at options like cool pavement. But I know that trees have come a lot in discussion, right? Whether it's with business owners who are there walking it every day or the visitors, right? So just kind of being mindful of how hot it can be downtown, specifically in the summer times and so on. But just looking at areas like that, that are different types of ways that we can improve walkability in downtown. And one of the things that I would like to say is that we're working on probably getting our first win as far as the downtown master plan goes, working closely with city manager's office and Daniel, is trying to figure out how we can improve our streetscape, our furniture, regarding right, having people being able to sit somewhere where they can throw away their trash, right? So looking at areas in downtown that we can improve rapidly, right, through the CIP process, and trying to get new furniture, new trash cans in downtown. That's something that we can actively do. And we're actually working with our property owners and business owners and other stakeholders at our next stakeholder meetings to see what type of furnishings they want to see in downtown, right? Because we're something that we're actively looking at doing. So we're going to provide different options at our next meetings to see what they want to see downtown and moving forward with that. So just be mindful of what not only it looks like, but also, its usability. So I'm just happy to report that that's something that we're actively doing, and we're going to be talking to our stakeholders about what they want to see downtown.
Yeah, so some of the major elements of downtown, of course, are your corridors, your street corridors. So that's a lot of what a downtown plan looks at. That's a lot of the part of a downtown that a city has control over, are these public right-of-ways. So we're going to focus a lot of time, especially this week and the next few days, looking at some of these specific corridors, and we're going to dig into each of these a little bit in the following slides. But I did also want to mention here is the public restrooms. So we'll be looking at identifying locations throughout downtown related to parking and public restrooms and some of those just basic amenities that people need to have downtown be a usable space. So on Palm Boulevard, some of the things we're starting to think about is really focusing on making Palm Boulevard that welcoming gateway into downtown. So it's fun, a little bit more character, preserving the existing palms. We did hear that from some of our community conversations that people like the palms on Palm Boulevard, don't get rid of those, but what more can we do to kind of accentuate that character along that boulevard? Bicycle infrastructure, especially the trail crossings, consistency of sidewalks and traffic calming measures. So getting people to slow down, pay more attention, make it safer, especially at those trail crossings that you already have. Driveway and curb cut management. So just driving down Palm Boulevard, there's a lot of driveways coming in and out of, especially businesses that might have 2 or 3 curb cuts for one business. So looking at some of that and seeing how we can increase safety and some more lighting. For 6th and 7th Streets, these are really your primary east-west connectors. They serve as kind of that connection between the core of your north-south streets of Elizabeth and Washington and Adams, and that's in 6th and 7th is what really connects those streets over to your Midi Cultural District and things like that that are happening. So the focus for these streets, we're thinking multimodal connectivity, and that's enhancing landscaping, again, that traffic calming and lowering speed limits, additional crosswalks, and some of that branding through entry monumentation along those corridors. Again, your primary north-south retail and business streets of Elizabeth and Washington. This is where we see focusing a lot on that public realm enhancement, the cleanliness, the maintenance, the security, the shade, the beautification, the seating, making sure that the traffic flow is working correctly. So there's a lot of things happening down near the gateway, right? And so making sure that those are being incorporated into our plans going forward so that we're not causing additional issues for yourselves. Priority crossing for pedestrians along these streets. This is where you see a lot of those vacant storefronts that people are talking about. So filling those, making these 2 streets specifically feel really vibrant and really active and full of life. Historic preservation, of course, where you have a lot of your historic buildings, addressing parking. And then we heard a lot about people wanting like street festivals, seasonal flair on these 2 streets specifically. So we'll be looking into that. Adams Street is also obviously another one of your north-south connectors, but we're thinking about this one a little bit differently. And we're thinking that maybe this is a different experience and we're calling it a green alternative. That maybe we really focus on bike and pedestrian facilities along Adams, possibly transit lanes if we do bring back that trolley idea, really enhancing landscaping and wayfinding on these streets. This is where you have a lot more right-of-way to put in things like more street trees where you're maybe more constrained on Elizabeth and Washington, and potentially activating alleyways in between some of these spaces as alternatives for safe pedestrian passage.
Would still, there's a lot of restaurants on Adams, so we would still allow for vehicular traffic. It would just be, there'd be multimodal transportation along Adams. So I want to make that clear for our business owners out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely still exploring what exactly this idea means. So yes, all open to all ideas still. And finally, International Boulevard. So this is a picture of International. Not maybe the most welcoming gateway into your city. So focusing really here on safety and crossings, improving pedestrian crossings, adding shade and landscaping, bicycle lanes. This is really that place where we could maybe celebrate more of that binational culture in terms of the art and the branding and the signage. And then we've heard a lot about the need for security as well. We're doing the same, looking at major public spaces as well as those corridors, especially Market Square, Washington Park. We have been working with the folks at Sombrero Fest. We've had some meetings with them to talk about what their plans are for the park and incorporating those into the downtown plan. And Washington Park is important. So like 6th and 7th Streets, that park specifically becomes that nexus between your commercial core, things that may be happening in West Downtown, and of course the Gateway District and that cultural district that's being worked on right now. So Washington Park is a really, really important space in your downtown. And then looking at how we can add a few more spots for small parks and plazas throughout downtown to get kind of that daily access to green spaces. We're looking specifically at the Switchyard and Gateway area. So that's over by the warehouses, the old railroad right of way where the city has quite a bit of land. So we're looking at what maybe the city would want to do with that, reconnecting some of the neighborhoods in that area that have been cut off historically by the railroad tracks. Again, 6th and 7th Street comes to play in that area, connections over to Amigo Land Mall. Targeted opportunities for potentially some higher density development in that area. So there's some potential for areas outside of the historic core that you could do some newer developments that wouldn't then impact kind of the historic character of the downtown core. And of course, there's been a lot of conversations about trail connectors and the B&M trail in that area. And I believe so that's actually a picture of the trolley from Brownsville back in the day that I believe Alan found somewhere. So around mobility, so all of this, there's kind of the overarching theme of mobility. So again, looking at parking management solutions, potentially that modern trolley service or other similar micromobility. You guys have a really active micromobility team at the city that we've been having a lot of conversations with. Extending and enhancing that trail and bike network that's already been started. Really thinking about that multimodal service, so bikes, walking, driving, public transit, integration of the gateway project plans that are coming online, and context-sensitive design. So not every street is exactly the same. You look at what is the context of the street, and you design a mobility solution and a streetscape based on that context, and that's what context-sensitive design is.
So I just want to add to that really quickly, Commissioner, Mayor, that a lot of the comments are based on parking sometimes, right? What we hear, I hear, you guys hear it as well. I will say that we're actively looking at solutions for that, by park management solutions. We are looking at areas in downtown where we could possibly add another parking structure, but we're looking at all options, right? So we are getting the feedback from the community. We are listening to them. We do hear them. We understand that for some, parking is an issue. So I don't want to just assume that we're only moving for micro mobility or moving only with the trolley, but we are actively looking at options in downtown.
Reason parking is the first bullet, because we heard a lot about it.
Plus, we have it funded in our capital improvement program. So the good thing is that we're going to have projects that are activated, perhaps the alley. There's certain projects that we're not going to wait till it's completely adopted to be able to start looking at projects that we can, good pilots, pop-ups, alley projects, looking at the parking. So that's what's exciting about this plan, is that yes, it's a plan, but it's something that we're going to be able to implement it through our budgetary process very soon.
That's correct. I know a lot of times we hear like, oh, we don't want a plan to just sit on a shelf. Well, we're actually already kind of tackling things, right? So we're actively talking to stakeholders about the type of furniture they want to see. We're giving them examples, and then ultimately listening to what type of style they want and looking at options to purchasing those types, right? So we want to see what the community wants in downtown in regards to furnishings, and that's one of the first wins that we can have, right, through the CIP process. So like I said, it's one of the first wins that we can get, but we are actually doing the work, right, as we're working on the plan. So I'm just very excited to be working on this plan with Caitlin and Friesa Nichols and being led by the city manager's office on something like this is very exciting. So I will quickly say that we do have design charrette with the community, with the stakeholders coming up, but specifically we are going to have a more detailed, in-depth reporting analysis at the CVB complex on 1312 East Adams. That we are inviting our community to come check out, more in detail about what they are saying, so they can come visit us on this Friday, at 4 p.m. at the CVB complex, again, at 1312 East Adams. So if anybody's interested in getting and seeing that feedback that we've been getting, it'll be there as an open house, so they can visit us there. I'm available for any questions if the commission has any. I know Caitlin will also take any questions.
Questions or comments?
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's what I was sticking on.
Sorry, I was trying to get my speaker to work.
There's no action on that item. It's a presentation in addition to
Right, my
the,
recommendation would be to finish the city manager's update, and then when we get to an action item, we'll have to pause until we get quorum again.
thank you, sir.
Item 1 is recognizing Arbor Day.
Okay, great.
I'm proud to present this proclamation. The City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heat and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas the City of Brownsville has been recognized as a Tree City USA for 26 consecutive years by the National Arbor Day Foundation and the National Association of Tree Foresters. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby recognize Arbor Day in the City of Brownsville and further call upon the citizens of Brownsville to support the planting projects. Done on this, the 4th day of November, 2025, signed the Mayor and the City Commission.
Count of 3 on 3, 1, 2, and 3. One more. 3, 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Commission. Again, my name is Hunter Losi, and this time I'm the City Forester. It's exciting. This week is Texas Arbor Day week. So on Friday, we will be assisting BISD. They received 2 different Trees for Texas grants, and we will be helping them plant 32 trees across 2 different campuses. We have also started planting 40 Montezuma cypress trees around the sports park and have several Tree for Texas grants that have been awarded to the city coming this fall. So thank you very much. We've got a lot of trees coming.
Next item is the National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week.
We can get all the dream team to come up here for the proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing 2025 National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week. Whereas in observance of November 2nd through the 8th, 2025, as National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week, animal shelters should be recognized for serving as safe havens for pets who need to find new homes and providing critical services while working to prevent cruelty to animals, as well as caring for the health and well-being of the animals under their care. And whereas in addition to their direct care work of animals, animal shelters partner closely with community organizations and local governments to manage and ensure that lost pets and pets that can no longer remain in their first homes can be placed in a safe and supportive environment. And whereas helpless companion animals depend on humans to intervene when their conditions are untenable and to find them permanent homes. Since its establishment in 2005, the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center staff has devoted their time and resources to saving the lives of countless animals in our community. And whereas the City of Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center answers calls for assistance to capture potentially dangerous animals, rescue animals in distress, investigate reports of animal cruelty and neglect, provide education for parent guardians about responsible pet care, as well as provide nutrition, medical services, enrichment, and a second chance at life to every animal that comes through their doors. And whereas the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center encourages all members of the community to celebrate this week by choosing to save a life through pet adoption. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, did hereby recognize November 2nd through the 8th, 2025, as 2025 National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week in the City of Brownsville, and encourage all citizens to contact or visit an animal shelter today. Done on this day, the 4th day of November, 2025, signed by the Mayor and City Commission. I can't tell you how incredibly proud I am of this team that in the last years alone, our save rate has not just doubled but tripled, and we continue to make so many strides at the shelter. So thank you all for your hard work and dedication. And I encourage all the community members to visit your animal shelter and to adopt a pet. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for this. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for this incredible recognition. The journey of the animal shelter for the past 2 years has been incredible, really monumental. And we could not have gotten there without the support of you, our city leadership, and our community. The volunteers and the workers that really put in their hearts into the shelter daily is incredible. And so we're very thankful for the partnership. And cheers to continuing those successes. Thank you again.
Consent agenda items. Mayor and City Commissioners, that staff is requesting to pull item 7 until the next further meeting, so no action is needed on item 7.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 12.
Right, we have a motion to pull item number 12.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor, I move to approve 1 through 5. I move to approve 1 through 6,
6, yeah.
8 through 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a
Okay.
second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor, I move to move 12 to executive if possible.
Second.
Like to
Yes, we can do that. It'll be under 551.071.
We will come out and vote on it. We're just.
Right.
More conversation. Thank you.
So we have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So the city commission will enter into executive session at 6:55?
Not right now.
Or no, add it, I'm sorry, add it to executive session. So we will proceed with the public hearing item number 1. It's a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1787 to repeal and replace the certain sections of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Brownsville to comply with the House Bill 1522 of the 89th legislature session in related to the agenda posting requirements under the Texas Open Meetings Act. So the purpose of this item is to be in compliance with the 1522, which we have been since September 1st, but also to align it with our Code of Ordinances. So the change, as you are aware, that this bill replaced the 72-hour posting to the 3 business days. So not only is this body also following it, but also our boards, commissions, and committees are also following. So staff is recommending the approval of the ordinances to repeal and replace the sections of the Code and ordinances to reflect these requirements that are set by the state statute.
This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for the individual consideration, action item number 1 is the consideration and action in regards to the Child Safety Fund Strategic Utilization Program, a project proposed to support the initiatives and programs that enhance the child safety within the community.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioner, members of the commission. I am Mirla Veronica Deaton. I am here representing Municipal Court and talk to you about the Child Safety Fund strategic utilization. This is a multi-pronged approach. I want to share a little bit about the why, right? Why we're moving in this direction. So we truly believe that every child deserves to grow up safe, supported, and heard. This initiative will strengthens prevention, mental health support, and justice-informed services. It's creating a connected system and fostering a community where one city works together to protect children and families and prevent overall well-being. Currently, right now, in the Child Safety Fund, there is $1,083,153 as a balance. And I'll tell you a little bit about what that Child Safety Fund is about. This fund is specifically earmarked. The primary use of this is for school crossing guard services, and the remaining funds can be utilized for programs that promote abuse and drug, alcohol prevention, child safety, child health, and nutrition. So right here, in this slide, we can visually see the work of the teams that are coming into play. So here we'll see the visual overview of the departmental collaboration. So you'll see the Health and Wellness Department providing mental health services, abuse, illness, and injury prevention. Going over to the Police Department, providing school safety and citizen abuse response with youth-centered community policing, victim support services. You'll see the municipal court providing juvenile diversion and truancy reform, also providing trauma-informed justice processes. Multimodal transportation, providing safe access to schools and services, also safe and dependable routes to school. So together here, these departments work in coordination to ensure the community is protected, supported, and connected across physical, legal, health, and transportation systems. So let's look at the proposal. We are proposing the departmental fund allocation to be distributed amongst these departments, with 28% going to the Brownsville Police Department. Currently, at the balance, that would equal to $303,283. 20% going to municipal court, which would equal $216,603. 20% to multimodal transportation, that would equal $216,631. 17% to the Department of Health and Wellness, that would be $184,135. With a 15% reserve, that would total $162,473. So this budget balances child safety investments across legal, enforcement, health, and infrastructure systems, using a fixed percentage approach that stays consistent as new revenue is received into the fund. So we provided some insight on the fund, the proposal for the allocations. So I really want us to take a look at the projects that we'd like to bring forth to you today. So under the municipal court, we'll continue expanding and enhancing juvenile diversion programs, develop protocols for identifying and responding to signs of abuse and neglect or mental health needs within the courtroom setting. Also implement trauma-informed legal processes, train staff in restorative justice. With the police department, fund youth-focused law enforcement and school safety teams, develop abuse investigation and cybercrime units, train officers in non-punitive child-first policing, partner with community groups for youth engagement, implement trauma-informed interview and investigation protocols for survivors of rape and domestic abuse, collaborate with local advocacy organizations to provide comprehensive victim support and resource referrals, increase training for officers on identifying, responding to, and preventing domestic abuse and sexual violence. With the health department, expand access to comprehensive mental health care for children and adolescents, deploy mobile wellness units, boots on the ground to bring critical support directly into communities. Strengthen referral systems to connect families with appropriate mental health resources. Launch targeted campaigns to prevent child abuse, mental illness, and injuries through education and early intervention. Multimodal transportation, some of the projects there: bus stop safety upgrades, install lighting, school route enhancements, add signage, painted curbs, priority stops for school zones and after-school programs, driver safety training, provide bus drivers with specialized training in child safety, emergency response, and anti-trafficking awareness, and the Child Safety Place program. So together, we truly believe that these investments create a safer, healthier environment for children and families at home, at school, in transit, and overall throughout the community. So I think the project timeline is also important, so we wanted to share this with everyone here. So we're kicking off today, November 4th. We have the presentation to the mayor, members of the commission. We're going to begin the procurement process for the marketing campaign, November through December 2025. The plans and marketings come in, finalize department project plans, develop awareness campaign. January through March, development, implementation, and community engagement. April through June 2026, awareness campaigns. And July 2026, we look at those projects, monitor, and adjust as needed. So now I open up for questions.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
I just have a quick comment. I think this is a great initiative, and for so many years, we've been collecting this and really finding a way to really put it to use. So I encourage you all to also speak with the Parks Department and involve them in the conversations. I think that also involving our parks would be ideal for this campaign. But thank you all for your work.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Sure.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 2 is the consideration in action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-017S to request a specific use permit in a regional center, RC, at the zoning destination to allow a used car lot for a 0.774 acre tract of land out of certain 4.751 acre tract of land out of Block 1, Amelia subdivision, Share 12, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 6738 North Frontage Road, here in Brownsville, Texas, 78575, as shown in Exhibit A. This was tabled from the October 7th, 2025 meeting.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. As mentioned, this item is being presented once again from being tabled on October 7th. This request is to grant a specific use permit to allow a used car lot. The current zoning of the property is regional center, and it will remain as such. Again, the specific use permit is only for the purpose of permitting that specific use. The property is fronting North Frontage Road. And just to provide some history, this item actually initiated as a first attempt to submit the rezoning application, or in this case, the specific use permit application. It started on November 1st of last year, where the implication was incomplete and it was tied to an incorrect parcel. And at that time, staff provided an outline of pending items and what was deficient with the application. Then there was a second attempt on November 20th of 2024. At this time, they did correct the issue with tying the application with the incorrect parcel. However, the application still was incomplete. Then in March 4th of 2025, the City Commission adopted a text amendment, ordinance number 2025-235.111, to restrict used car lots to Padre Island Highway and Southmost Boulevard. Finally, there was a third attempt by the applicant in June 24 of this year, where the application was opened. However, it was still incomplete, and it wasn't completed until July 28th of this year. By that time, the text amendment had already been established. The Planning and Zoning Commission denied the request that was presented before them on September 4th of this year, and the applicant decided to appeal this denial on September 8th of 2025. Then the item was presented here at City Commission on October 7th, where the commission decided to table the item until today. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 2 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is the zoning map. What predominates along the corridor of the expressway is regional center zoning. There is some residential estate to the northeast, some light industrial to the southwest, and residential single family to the west. And this is just an image of the proposed layout of said used car lot. And the request is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan. Staff, as I mentioned, recommended denial. P&Z also recommended denial. However, we because they appealed, we do bring it before you for your consideration. And if approved this evening, as we always mention, these are the conditions that the development would be subject to, being that it is a car lot. And also perhaps would require an amendment to the currently adopted text that is within the UDC.
It does require a supermajority vote.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. And this requires a supermajority vote because there was a denied item and it was appealed.
That is 5, correct?
What's that?
5.
6.
Any questions or comments from the commission on this item? Entertain a motion.
I'm not even gonna try it, so I move to
No,
deny.
Commissioner, do you have any comments or questions? It's in your district.
So we held it last time because you weren't here.
I don't have any comments. I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to deny. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So the next portion
Thank you.
we have is the board appointments, and before you, to help facilitate, is the worksheet to help with the board appointments. Item 1 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-105 to appoint or reappoint members to the airport board.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Fazil Khalifa. I'm the Assistant Airport Director for the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport. So the airport has an advisory board which consists of 7 members. Out of the 7 members, we have 3 members where their term is expiring later this year. Their end date, it will be December 31st, 2025. And the airport is seeking to get 3 positions appointed to the board. These are the board applicants for the 3 vacancies.
Thank you. I just want to make a correction for the record. I appointed, can you go back to the other screen? Ed Rivera and Commissioner Macias self-appointed.
Come again?
Commissioner Macias appointed herself in her spot, and I appointed Ed Rivera, just as a correction on the screen.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll note that change. Faisal, are the current board members, are they asking to be renewed or can they not be renewed?
They've served their 2 terms. They've served the 2 years, so they can
They can be re-
reapply, yes.
I move to
Needs to be clarified that they can be reappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. I move to reappoint David Tumlinson.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to reappoint James Tipton.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal.
Action item number 2 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-106 to appoint or reappoint members to the Transit Advisory Committee, TAC.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Octavio Salazar. I'm the Transit and Mobility Planner for B Metro and the TAC representative. We do have 7 seats available for appointment and reappointment tonight. So
Quick question. Are these terms staggered? I see that they're expiring at the same time.
yeah, so they're going to be expiring December 31st, all of them.
Correct. Are they staggered? I know there are 2 vacancies. My question is if they have different term expiration dates.
They're
not staggered.
Yeah.
And if not, is there any intentions to stagger them so we don't have to appoint a whole board? At the same
Yes, we'll bring this one back to you and then we'll establish staggered terms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But can we still appoint or?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, All right, then
Yes.
for myself, I'll go ahead and appoint Eric Kennedy.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. I move to appoint Ceci Gomez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to reappoint Graham Seaver. Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Severe.
If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'd like to hold on my appointment for the next meeting. Thank you.
You'll hold yours as well, okay?
I'll hold as well.
Perfect.
On District 3, I would like to remove Martha and put
Go back to
Mr.
those.
No. Sergio Zarate for the transit.
Yeah, so Sergio Zarate for the transit for.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then once we bring it back, we'll show the staggered for the others that are tabled.
Thank you.
Item
Thank
number
you.
3 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-107 to appoint or reappoint members to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This board currently has 3 vacancies. It consists of 7 regular members. 1 member may reside in the ETJ. Any questions?
I move to reappoint Eliza Vasquez.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to appoint Cesar Andres Rodriguez.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Yes, for District 3, I'd like to appoint Mr. Bob Torres.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 4 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-108 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Border Film Commission.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We currently have 5 positions for appointing. 2 of them remain. We have 2 vacant positions, and then Mr. Trevino, I believe, did not choose to stay on. So those are your appointments tonight.
Council, on this one, in the past, I believe you told us that if they work in the industry, we can't appoint them. Is that correct, or am I?
If there is, if they work in the industry and they have a conflict because they're voting on something where they might benefit from, it would fall under the ethics code and there would be a conflict.
So like any other board, they would just have to abstain?
Abstain.
The reason is I think this is a very tight community. And when we do that and don't let them participate, it's just so much harder to find somebody who knows what they're doing with the Board of Film.
Right, I don't think it would, I mean, it would be on a case-by-case basis, but there could be a potential
Yeah.
where they couldn't vote on something, but having that institution, that knowledge from the industry, I think is important as well. But from a legal basis, yes, they could serve.
Thank you. Well, that being the case, and I haven't spoken to him, so I'll come back. Yeah, René Rey, I move to appoint René Rey.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'd like to hold my appointment for the next meeting, please. I'll hold.
I'll appoint Mikel Castillo.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll hold mine for the next one.
Commissioner De Leon, you have one as well.
I'll hold on mine.
You hold yours? Okay, we'll bring those back at the November 18th meeting. The next item is the consideration and action on our resolution number 2025-109 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau, BCVB.
We are missing an ex officio position here, so we would need someone from the commission. And then we have two other vacant positions.
For that position, I would like to appoint Tino Villarreal, Commissioner Villarreal for the ex officio, if you'd be all right with that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
And
motion
for my position, I would like to appoint Arturo Trevino.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
For mine, I would like to appoint Joseph Modesto.
Second. He's on there.
Okay, I'll hold my appointment.
Perfect, we'll bring it back November 18th. Next item is the consideration and action on our resolution number 2025-111 to appoint or reappoint members to the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee, BARC. Oh, I'm so sorry, I skipped that one. So going back to 1110 to appoint or reappoint members to the library system, Brownsville Library System.
Good evening. My name is Alma Michelle Rodriguez. I'm here representing the library. So we have a total of 2 vacancies and 3 seeking reappointments. And these are our applicants.
Move to appoint Graciela Alonso.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I move to appoint Hania Hussein.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll hold.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, you're holding? Yeah, I'm gonna hold too. I haven't confirmed with the person yet. I want to get with them first.
Okay,
Hold it.
District 1, District 4. Sure, Macias.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and hold mine as well.
Now moving on to item 7 is the consideration and action on our resolution number 2025-111 to appoint or reappoint members to the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, we have 6 appointments for the RCAT committee. I'll note that one of them that's replacing Dr. Wells does need to be from an animal advocacy organization. And here are the applications that we have on file.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. I'll make a motion to appoint Anthony Lopez from Brownsville Animal Defense as the animal advocacy appointments.
Second.
As the what? As the which one? Your appointment? No, the animal advocacy appointment, the one he was referring to right now. He's the individual from Brownsville Animal Defense.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
I'd like to appoint Marcela Montemayor.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
For District 3, I wish to nominate Veronica Garza.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay, for mine, I'll hold my appointment.
I'm going to appoint Javier Parra.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second.
Thank
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. I think we got one more appointment,
I
Commissioner.
think we have one more, Dr. Cobb.
Yeah,
Or two more.
My apologies.
just one.
Yes.
We're still on the animal?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Lourdes Volado.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Great. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next item is 8 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-112 to appoint or reappoint member to the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here for you tonight. We have 4 board terms that are expiring on December 31st, and each have expressed interest in continuing to serve.
I move to appoint Murad Abu Salim.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would
Aye.
like to reappoint Sergio Martinez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to reappoint Cesar Lopez.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
For District 3, I wish to nominate Ruben Obel.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Can I ask to change someone, like, council, sorry.
Council?
If I have someone midterm, can I ask to change someone, or do you have to post it differently?
Well, the individuals serve at your pleasure, and so if you want to have someone, basically, yes, you can have someone midterm be removed or replaced.
Okay, so, okay, then, I would like to replace Mark Horowitz with Tracy Wickett.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have just a brief discussion.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're like doing the same thing, because I think that when they try to, Commissioner Martinez tried to remove someone from GBIC. And we said that it had to be, they had to resign. I might be wrong. I just want to make sure we're consistent.
Well, if I recall, I believe
It went for a vote.
he went for a vote and it was denied. If I'm not
To
mistaken.
remove.
To remove.
Oh, okay. So do we have to, okay, so
That's
right
my
now the vote's to
recollection.
remove?
Martinez, do you recall? It was your, but that was my recollection is it was midterm, they wanted to replace. It was voted no. And so we've had that practice in the past.
Sure, that was my discussion, just to make sure that it was the same.
We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you all.
Item 9 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-113 to appoint or reappoint members to the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We have 5 vacancies. As you can see. Now, may I correct, because Fernando Badji He had some absence, but he has excused him, many of them. So he's also another candidate that can be voted today.
All right, I move to, so do I have to remove him because he's an absentee or do?
No, sir.
I move to appoint Trey Mendez.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to reappoint Tara Putet.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I move to reappoint Calvin Walker.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Sorry, I'll hold mine over to the next, until the next meeting.
District 3, I wish to nominate Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is 10, is a consideration and action, on resolution number 2025-125 to appoint or reappoint members to the Audit and Oversight Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We have a vacancy in our 5-member committee. The person appointed would finish out the remainder of the appointment with the expiration of December 31st, 2026.
Move. Just same thing for clerical reasons. I believe I appointed Commissioner Gavonsky. Right?
She's already on it.
Yeah, I
He's
know, but I'm
appointed.
saying, it says appointed by at-large B. I don't think she appointed herself.
Yes, she did.
Did she?
I don't remember. No, you put her on, I think.
That's-
Yeah, Commissioner Villarreal appointed her, or he made the motion. Yeah, just for paper.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I know, but I'm saying it says they're appointed by at-large B.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry, that's true. Yes, sorry.
I move to appoint Susan Rubalcaba.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 11 is the consideration and action, on resolution number 2025-131 to appoint a designee, a second alternate to the Rio Grande Valley, the Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board.
Yeah, I want
Mayor,
this,
move to appoint
sorry, what?
North Galansky.
See,
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
The 3 alternates are, oh, did you approve the
We have to
alternates?
have
Oh,
somebody from staff, correct?
yes, go back. The alternates.
But
We're recommending 3 staff alternates, Alan Guard, Juan Garza, and Doro Garcia. We can have 3. I think it's important to have 3 because, even with 1 plus elected plus another 1, there's situations where you may be in conferences and we want to be represented. So we would recommend 3 staffs, and then when there's a new city manager, you can appoint a 4th.
I move to appoint the alternates recommended by staff. Alan
Second.
Guard, Joel Garza, and Dodo Garcia.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we enter into executive session, Mayor?
I'll entertain
So
a motion.
moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The City Commission will enter into executive session at 7:34 for the following items. Item 1 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and .076 related to Project Eagle. Item 2 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and .072 related to the Media Arts and Cultural Center. Item 3 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and .074 related to the commission budget and benefits. Item 4 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and .074 in related to the city manager's selection process, appointment, and transition plan. The time is 7:34. Mayor, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 9:48 PM. The city commissioners are back in open session. Are there any possible action from the executive session?
Yes, I believe so.
One of the items that was tabled was consent item 12.
We can take item 1 first.
Oh, item 1 first, sorry. Is the consideration and any and all actions, if any, related to the appointment of a city manager?
I move to what's the word? Hire CPS HR.
Yes,
Consulting.
that'll work.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Moving on to the consent item 12 that was pulled into executive session is a consideration and action to approve the resolution number 2025-130, dissolving the LGBTQ plus task force and authorizing the city staff to take all necessary administrative actions related thereto.
Comments?
I'm gonna make a motion to table this item.
I second. Any further discussion?
Wait, we're talking about the consent agenda item now? Okay, and if we table it, it's with the purpose of?
Well, in my perspective, I think it's important to get, engage more with the community on this item. Obviously, there's a lot of people that came here and expressed some very personal experiences and basically this task force, what it meant to them, right? And I think they deserve to be, to have continued communication. And I think we also need to explain where we're coming from and the risks that the city's facing, that, a lot of people don't see the decisions that we have to make here and how we have to consider the financial integrity of our city and ensure essential services are being provided. And I think that conversation is important. And I do agree with the comment that we should have communicated more prior to this meeting. And I think that's why it's prudent to table and to have that discussion so that everyone feels informed at the end of the day. And I do appreciate everyone staying here to hear this discussion. And I look forward to continue that conversation.
So if we table it with the intention of having like some sort of group meeting to have further discussion.
Absolutely.
And so can we at least establish a timeframe for that?
Sure. I would say the next week or two. I don't know. What do you think?
I think, Mayor, we should try to get a date and let them know right now, because who is here are probably the people who really want to know what's going on with it.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be important to give them a date today if possible. Can we figure out a quick date right now?
How does next Tuesday, the 11th? Next Tuesday, the 11th, a week from now?
Veterans?
That works for
Don't
me.
we have-
Commissioner, I would ask that we give staff a little bit more time, but not take too much time to prepare. So yeah, that week, I don't know if that Thursday or would be okay. Because Tuesday is a holiday.
November 12th, the Wednesday?
I need to look at my calendar. My phone's dead.
Oh, or maybe you can say a meeting within a 2-week time frame, so it's not too extended, and then we can come back and communicate that time. That way you ensure that your calendars are aligned, and we also can communicate adequately and accurately to the members of our community.
So do we have the emails of how people signed up for
Yes,
public
sir.
comment? All right, so we will let them know through there.
Yes.
Would that work?
Communicate that with with the people that registered.
Please.
But-
There was about 56 registered. Not everybody spoke, but can you
Yes,
send it to everybody?
We'll call and
Does-
email us.
Does that work?
Yeah, does that work?
I would have to agree with Commissioner Cardenas. I think the next time when we do meet, it will probably be the same citizens that were here this evening that spoke and that look, that they're still here. And if they're still here, it's because
It matters.
they matters and they care. So I don't care if we're here till 10 o'clock, 10:30. I want every citizen to know that we do care. We want them to feel and know that we do care. We're not just sitting up here. And, let's find out how everybody can feel safe. Regardless of what we do or how we do it, make sure everybody feels safe and every citizen counts here in Brownsville, period. That's what I ran on. That's why I always said no citizen left behind. I want everybody here to feel that they are safe. And if we have to get one city, the one city to feel everybody will feel protected. Thank you.
We'll work on that with your calendars, and we'll also work with informing everybody who signed up and those that spoke and did not speak, so they can feel, and also the task force.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that, and from staff for your time. Just if we could do possibly a presentation, also showing examples, the reasoning why. I think it's important for us to communicate and be transparent as to the why, and just ensuring that we also find a common ground where we do have a space for the LGBTQ community here. So just ensuring that we do our part as well, and having that transparency and that communication moving on forward.
Okay.
For all groups.
And I think you should post it just in case we do have quorum, so it can be posted, please.
Yes.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
I just want to take a quick moment to thank the commission for your patience and your continued support. Ever since the creation of the task force, it was a unanimous vote to create it. It was a unanimous vote to create the Fair Practices Ordinance. And again, tonight you have the commission supporting the community. So thank you all.
I would also just like to add, I think one of the important factors for all of us, I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus. I think our one city mantra is all working together. And I would like for us as a city and for this meeting and for all of you that stuck around here to please reach out to your task force members as well. Because sadly for us, we were under a completely different impression from the task force that they understood and had communicated what was going forward. And I know I see your face of confusion. That's the same confusion I saw today when I came in here, because we talked about this and we've been talking about it for over a month with the task force. So yes, ma'am. Apparently, that's the information we have. The people sitting up here is that the task force 100% was aware of what was going on, and hence the reason that we are tabling this, because we apparently now see that that is not the case, and there's a broken line of communication.
Any further comments? So
Did
there-
we vote? Did we vote?
We need a vote right now.
We have a
Okay.
We
first
have
and
a
a
motion and a
second.
second. Any further discussion?
I'm
If
done.
not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion
Move
carries.
to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Ayes have it. You adjourn. Thank you, everyone.